Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good to me. Let's see. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are building a game with no game engine. We're going to bring up a fresh, new Emacs session here. Friday we do compilers, so that was all compiler stuff. But today we're doing our game. Back to the old game. So let's take a look at our to-do list and our journal. So last week we got the music stuff all playing. It's done, it works, the holiday stuff works. And that's beautiful. After hours, I did fix the last of the linked of the runtime DLLs. So there's now a single static executable and no other data with our program. So that is delightful. There used to be an item here, but it's gone. So that's good. And I did finish the logo for word Sleuth, and that's partially in. So I did that after stream. I figure art is not the kind of thing people want to watch me doing, so and I got too much stuff to get done to release it. I'm at the point where things are more or less done, but like I've got to go through the Steam stuff, and then I got to do the web page thing, and there's just always something. One more item. So let's line up our week here. Nine, 10. Okay. Today, I don't really have a strong plan. Well, let's see here. Let's just take a look at the old to-do list for what we want to work on. When it comes to clicking on a word, I think we should just go with the single click and stop the double click nonsense. I think I don't like it. I don't like the double click. There's no reason to. It's not distinguishing from a single click. It's useless to double click. So that's a good task for today. Int spinbox. So we're using that for like setting colors, and it just takes too long to scroll through the whole thing. Ooh, or well, a couple of options here. We'll think about how to improve the int spin boxes in a bit. This is an easy fix. That's actually a good like Monday task. This one looks useful. Like I need to fix this. Some sounds aren't done by the time we need to play them again. So a couple of things we can fix there. Oh wait, well, yeah. So these two are related more to this stuff. Yeah, maybe we should add a doodad just because we can. Break this one into two tasks. Int spin box, I should be able to hold the button down, maybe? Well, or int spin boxes that have a high range should be editable. We'll think about that while we work on these other tasks. Okay, so that's a good start for the day. If we have time, we'll start dealing with some of these sound issues. One thing we do need to do also is a splash screen. Company logo and name, game logo and name. Timer to advance. One other thing we can do fast and easy today is add logo and name of game to main menu. So those are all useful tasks for the day. Hey, Chief and Nelly, how are we doing? We're doing good. We're doing good. Had a nice weekend. Got some rest. Got some work done. I'm trying to think if there was anything terribly noteworthy, but I can't think of anything too crazy. Just trying to get this game done. I want to get it into the Twitch store by the end of the year, so I'm starting to do like uninteresting tasks off stream, which is a little unfortunate, but I do tell you about it. So, oh, that was what I did. Yeah, I got the whole thing statically linked finally. All our resources are inside the executable. Image, font, audio, no external dynamically linked DLLs, which is good. I like it that way. How are you doing? How was your weekend? How's the game coming? I went and looked at your GitHub a couple of days ago. Didn't see any updates pushed. Cool. Is that better instead of DLLs? Well, I remember when I was a kid, you could compile a program, and then you could take that executable and copy it to another computer, and it would just run without anything external to the program. And that was so easy. And I like that. My program isn't that big, especially on the resource department. So having the resources live in RAM means that the program runs very fast. I'm not loading anything off the disk. RAM is always faster than disk access. If I had big resources, audio, video, textures that were too big, I would put some of those outside the executable, but I don't need to for this game. Weekend was fine, had a baptism of nephew, that was it. Cool, that's nice. Always good to, I assume you got a bunch of family together, ate some good food, had fun. About the game, well, it's getting there, haha. I made paddles work good, a camera with projection and all, nice. Nice. One step at a time. It takes a long time to make a game, I found out. Even something very simple. I thought I got to a point a couple of months ago, probably now, where I was like, oh, good, we're done with all the hard stuff. But there's always one more task to do, right? But camera projection, very important. Inputs, good. Cool. Well, welcome back. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, we're going to start cranking through a couple of these easier tasks. All right. So I noticed, let's see here, maybe we should get the settings seen. At the moment, the videos I sent about that guy helped a lot, even with ideas on how to structure the code. Yeah. Yep. And I wouldn't say you have to follow it like step for step, but it does give you a lot of good ideas on where things go and why. Then you break the rules where appropriate. That's the rule of code. Anybody can say any law or rule they want, but they all can be broken, and sometimes you need to break them. Oh yeah, this build's gonna take a while. I forgot about that. Most times we're stuck on how to structure the renderer and stuff like that, but the way it is now is good enough. Yep. And once you have good enough, you start building on it, and then you find out where it wasn't good enough, and then you go back and make the changes you need to. You slowly discover the requirements of your game as you build it. A lot of people, there's a tendency to over-design up front. You're like, oh, I'll need this, I'll need this, I'll need this, I'll need lots of these. And then as you build the game, you're like, well, I only really needed one of those, and we don't need this, and this other thing is actually covered by this other case. And so what you find is if you over-design too early, you're like building pieces that you don't actually need. But if you build it as you need it, it works out pretty good. Our size of audio has become quite large, so we have a task to shrink that, but we're not going to do that today. Maybe not this week. Looking at the old to-do list, I would like our art and songs to be more or less in place before I start shrinking the binaries, because I don't know how much music I'll have. I don't know how big the end art will be. Next step is simple: to create the paddle differences using a player enemy with AI, the ball, and lastly the collision. Yep. Now if it's ball collision, usually that is not too bad, as long as the ball doesn't get moving too fast. After that is finished, I want to have a scene changer just to make the complete case. Yep. Yeah, start with something simple. And actually, my scene manager has not changed that much. Let's go take a look at that. So for me, the scene manager loads the scene. Load replay says here's a file, and then load the replay scene. Load a high score, kind of the same thing. Here's the mode you should open up in, and then set the scene. Same thing here. So these three are just special cases that call scene with load scene with a setup. What's the current scene? I have a little bit of initialize, update, and cleanup, and then just some hard-coded values for what the scene's indexes are. And then I think I just do a static, like a switch statement. So one thing that was in those videos probably, a simple AABB should work. I might even just use a square difference test. But yeah, simple AABB should probably work in most cases. For those not in the know, that's an axis aligned bounding box. But a lot of times just a simple distance squared test will do fine. Taking a square root is expensive. It's actually cheaper to just compute the distance squared for circles. Are you inside the radius or not? So let's see in the update. Yeah, so I just literally say, if we have a scene, we clean it up. And then we create the new scene. Then the scene manager does the update and render, which is called by our event loop in application. So in application, that's all saving stuff. The main loop. Scene manager updates which scene it's looking at. So in the update function, that says, have you changed the scene index? So it's finished rendering, it's finished processing the last frame. We're at the top of the new frame. If we need to delete the old scene, create the new scene, then, well, I wonder, then we can update whatever the scene is and render whatever the scene is. That seems to work pretty good for me. Okay, compile's almost done. Yeah, so if your game is small, I would say try to statically link everything and embed all your data. If it's large, or if you want it to be moddable, then you'd want your art assets and sound assets outside of the executable. But even then, you can do a lot to pack that down quite a bit. I like to respect my users' compute, if I can. Sometimes you gotta abuse their hardware, but... Okay, so what we're doing, we're looking at source, build, debug. Okay. Is that... So what I'm seeing is in settings, when I say exit, there will be one of these. We'll have the two buttons not quite go all the way off the screen. See right there? In that transition, which means we're not flying far enough. Which kind of makes sense. So animate scene exit. Oh, what's it called? Click the back button. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Move to, oh, from x0 to x1. Okay, so we need the new x1, y1 to be further out, which is this magnitude normalized. That fix it? I suppose it's possible. Let's just run a small build with that one change. If I copy pasted an X, our screen is always wider than high by 4 to 3 aspect ratio. Maybe that's why it's not going all the way off the screen. May also make it look more spherical, less oblong. Although the component's moving more horizontally, we'll have to move a little further in the same amount of time. What? What was that? Oh, I don't need bugs at this point. Especially for something simple. That was a small change. Didn't change anything. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so our build probably didn't actually finish correctly, which means you have to do a new clean and debug, which I didn't want to do. Changes one variable, breaks build, lol. Yeah, I know, isn't it terrible? It has to do with the build. My last build, I think, had the object files from the release build, and we're trying to build in debug mode. So when you link the debug build against some objects that weren't recompiled with the debug flags, then you got memory mismatches causing seg faults. So we'll do a full clean and debug build, which I half thought we did, but looking at the old compile command, I don't think I did. So we're going to delete all the object files and recompile clean. And then hopefully that's the last time we have to do that, because this sound warehouse takes a while to build. We added a bunch of music that we've now got muted as copyright and stuff. Funny how a small stone can destroy a world. Exactly. Well, I think this is one of the misconceptions about programming, right? Your code spends 99% of its life broken. It's always broken. Every time you change something, it's broken. For the brief moment when it all works, that's when you ship it. And so you never get to enjoy your program in a working state. And yeah, even small things can absolutely destroy it. Which is one of the reasons I would like to try Jai. It can compile so much faster that this, and it doesn't do intermediate builds, which is those object files we're talking about. I would like it not to need to be fast enough not to need the intermediate build step. But here we are. Yep, a small stone destroy the world. Compilation is always a pain. Yeah. Well, there's always trade-offs, right? You can go interpret it. It might load up quick, but now you've got a slower runtime. If it's strongly typed or weakly typed, maybe the compile goes faster, but then you trade-offs in executable time, blah, blah, blah. It's all very complicated, which makes sense. Honest Rust is being fine for me, quite fast. First one is really long, but after that is easy. Yeah. I wonder what it is about the first. I've played with Rust enough to know I don't like it, but I don't know what it is about the first build. Like, I haven't used it enough to understand what about the first build makes it take so long. Just pulling down dependencies from the cargo. But otherwise, yeah, like I said, the compile seems pretty quick otherwise. This one is only long, so let's see here. Let's go back to the shell. I'll show you why this one's taking long. Let's see into source. We're gonna word count lines of things that are called warehouse.cpp. So our font has 10,000 lines of binary data embedded in it. Our image warehouse has 1.6 million lines. And the sound warehouse has 10 million lines of embedded binary data. That's why the sound warehouse takes so bloody long to build. But I have techniques that will shrink that down. It'll speed up our compile time and reduce our executable size by a considerable amount. But I don't want to do that until I have my final audio and know how much I'm shrinking the actual executable, not some notional placeholder audio that's fake. 10 million lines of binary data does seem a little excessive. And since this is our first project, I do want to see, I guess that's why many engines tend to use a scripting language. Well, the reason for a scripting language is so that you don't have to have programmers to, well, there's that too. The idea behind the scripting language is so that artists and level designers don't have to wait for the programmers to do simple things. New behaviors are coded by the programmers, which are very expensive, and then the artist can put them in and simple interactions within the level or the game without needing the programmer so much. It's a little bit of a fallacy because in the end, the programmers have to support the scripting language and all of those bindings. And then the artists and level designers, to do anything interesting other than like the most basic simple things, have to actually learn a lot more programming than they would ever want to. So it creates basically a parallel development effort that causes issues. Actually, yeah, but compiling the whole C++ code base again is a problem. That's why you often have your engine separated from your actual game runtime a little bit, so you can compile the engine, but then everything game related after that is, oh, interesting. Oh, no, that's probably actually expected. Okay, we run it. Oh, that's better. Settings. Now when we exit, nope, they're still on screen. So we need to move out further. So we're just gonna take this magnitude times 1 1/8. We'll do that. We'll just extend it out further by 1/8 of a screen offset. And we need to not clean this time. We do want to keep the incremental build so it doesn't rebuild sound library. No, when I was first out of college, I worked at a place and they had their own home-built render engine that they used. But my computer was so slow and the engine was so, well, not badly written. It had its issues. That what I would do is I wrote a cron script so that at 5 in the morning, it would start pulling, or 4 in the morning, I don't remember. It would start pulling the day's latest repo, like the latest check-in from the repo, and rebuild it and launch it. So by the time I came in, I could start working. Actually, that computer was interesting. I mentioned to somebody that it was taking a long time. They're like, "Oh well, it's just you're the low man on the totem pole. You're the new guy, so you don't get the nice computers." But then I had two managers, so a level above me, and their manager in my office asking me some questions, and I was like, "Oh yeah, let me pull that up for you." And I pulled up my Emacs session, and I typed in a command, and then I sat and waited for the command line to fill in, and then I could hit run. And they're like, "Oh, it's that slow. I see." I got a new computer the next week, and not a new one, but a much better one. But I don't think they understood when I said it was slow. I meant it was bloody slow. I regularly out-typed the command line. It was just that bad. Okay, so I think the build finished. Running again. Settings. And exit. There, everything's off the screen. That's better. Fixed. Done. A good Monday task. A splash screen. Let's just add the game logo and the name to the main menu. So, this is the main menu. Sandbox won't be a thing. So I'm thinking logo, then word sleuth. Shift everything down. Buttons. Let's do a Texture quad, good. Label game name. Init elements. All right, the logo. Let's see what's in text quad. We need to set the texture. Whatever's in the image warehouse asset. I don't remember what I called it now. Did I actually embed that? That's a good question. Images, images, logo. I did embed the logo. Okay. Set. Oh, we need to get this size, which we can get later. This thing. That's not a label anymore. Text color alignment. Those are things we'll need to set. Do I have that in the application? Does menu have a set? Oh, global. How about I have it in global? Git app. Oh, that's another thing I need to add to the to-do list. After in global should have a company level. So right now it's / app data roaming word sleuth should change to okay. My company name, Last Penny Game Studio. So that's a good thing to do. Yeah, slow. They thought it was normal slow, not slow. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I was a new employee. I don't think they understood that when I complained, it's because I had a legitimate complaint. Like I'm not a whiner. I'll script my way around things. I'll work things out. I'll figure it out. But if I say it's slow, it means this is unusable. I think they started to learn that afterwards. I don't complain a lot. I mean, I complain, but not in official channels. If I say it's too slow in the official channels, it's like okay. You really should do something about that. Like normal like employee complaining, I'll do that. That's fine. But that's not what we were talking about. We were way beyond that. All right, MainMenu scene. M_logo will need to be rendered. M_label game name. Yes. Okay. Let me think here. Init elements. We were just in the middle of that. Global. Git app file name. What else is in global? We have some information in here. Where is it? And can we expose it in a nice, neat way? Or did I put that in application? That would be a bad place for it. I'm okay with the magic number being there. Okay, the application name. Where's that title? I know I have it somewhere. Gotta be here. Oh, main menu, is that where I said it? Uh-oh. Init. Look, config file, console level, app name. Oh, so we do have an app name. In global, no less. There it is. App title. That's what we want. So main menu does not have global. That's okay. App title. There we go. Oh, we can. The more we separate ourselves from hard coding this stuff, the better. Global app icon. Much better. Center. Who does set font? Do the layout. Well, you're going now. See you later. All right, thanks for dropping in. Good luck on the next part of your game. So we need a width and a height. Image warehouse, get UV size, global app icon, into the width and the height. Then width equals renderer, scale, the width we got, and the height we got. We're going to put that at somewhere. Margin plus some amount, margin plus some amount. $190. We'll just do this and then Y, just to see where it shows up. Set font size. Big button font size. Okay, so we're going to do a title font size. $60. Okay. All right. If we tidy up, it removes all of the object files except the sound warehouse and the image warehouse. So we still get a most rebuild, but they have no dependencies on this, so it shouldn't change those object files at all. That's my theory. Seemed to work okay last week. Oh, I didn't place the actual title anywhere, which is a problem. That's going to be a problem. Main menu. Game name.set rectangle. This is all centered, so we can actually be pretty silly about the whole thing. We can put it at 0, 0. Frame width. And then, what did we say, 60? As long as it's bigger than that, we shouldn't have too many problems. We should do title height. So 5. Five plus equals title height. Let's not do this at all. XY, title height, title height. Build not finished. Last text has no member. Set font size. Set text size probably. Okay. Oh. That's because you copy pasted. Okay. Okay. That worked not well at all. I've seen worse. Oh, X, Y, Y. There we go. Logo. Font store get font warehouse asset eraser. See how those go. Okay, so that now aligns. But the word sleuth is way too small, as is my logo, and my logo is not anywhere close. Okay. Let's just come down 100 pixels. Oh, let's just come down 100 pixels. Plus a big space. We're making it bigger, so it's 75. 120. Title font size, we make it 100. We could pick a new color for it as well. So many options, so many things to tweak and play with. Okay, that's better. Now in the release build, sandbox isn't here. So we actually have more vertical room to play with. And I'm okay if the debug build has quit put down near the bottom. So let's do big space there. We'll double big space here, right? The logo. We just have some amount over. So let's go 500 over and just see how it looks. Okay, 500 was actually pretty close. Ooh, well. I want it bigger than title height. .5 bigger, which then means we have to subtract a bit off the y. Minus title height is 1 point, well, times 0.25, right? We can set the title's color a bit. That might also help not look too samey. Oh, that's actually not bad. I think we can move these buttons down even more. Change the text color for word sleuth. What color do I want? Context. What if we take this color? We just double it. We make it twice as big. And then in here, we'll do that. All right. Let's see what we get. Boom. Okay, double is too many. 1.5, maybe we go 1 3/4. Which means this is 3/8, 375. Oh, oh, oh. Maybe we just need to add a little more spacing around the top and the bottom of the title. Call it good. And then shift that over a bit. Okay. A little more spacing, top and bottom. Move the W back a bit. And we're done. Okay. I'm going to pause briefly for a restroom break. Tidy that up. Okay, sorry, I forgot to turn the fan off. I know that messes with my audio. All right. So I'm sorry, I didn't remember. Okay. Um. Okay. Got the old incense lit. I always forget to do that. Not always. I occasionally forget to do that. But it's okay. I like the smell of. I've got some cinnamon and some apple, so I'll alternate between the two different flavors of incense. And it smells like apple pie in this here office, which is way better than smell of programmer in his natural habitat. Okay. So I say we just added. We just add space until we're happy with it. So we doubled the amount of big space. How much is a big space? I don't remember now. It doesn't matter. And the logo, bring back just a little bit more. 350. Maybe it doesn't need quite that much. Hey, Suki LaPlante, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to give you the full spiel of what we're doing here. And, or, dive into any level of detail. I don't know how long you've been lurking without following, but yeah, if you want, I can give you the whole rundown of what we're doing here. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. We're kind of in the later stages of this game development. I'm making something similar to you in the same language. Oh, cool, cool. You have like a link to any resources or anything? I love looking at other people's projects, whether it's like a YouTube video or a GitHub or anything. I don't post things on GitHub, but I do like looking at other people's projects. What made you start doing your project, making a programming language? Oh, so you're more on the Friday streams. Cool. Cool. Yep, a compiled programming language. Excellent. So what made you start doing that? Need to make a build. Okay. Is it your own programming language or an existing programming language, or is it too early? I decided to make that programming language as a project for me and someone else. Cool. Nope, I think more people should write compilers. I think it opens up a world of understanding what goes on. Super cool. Super cool. Okay? So you're transpiling to C. That's cool. Last compiler I did compile directly into assembly. Yes. Nice. I think more people should learn a little bit of assembly, even just enough to write a bit of a compiler. Would make a lot of people better programmers. Myself included. I need to learn more assembly than I've got. It's on my list of things to do. which will happen when we get to my compiler backend. Nice. That's a very ambitious project. I approve of ambitious projects. Super, super cool. I have a dumb idea to name releases. Okay, let's hear it. So I have ideas about naming projects. And the idea there is you don't name your project what you think the release will be. You name it something completely unrelated because you will change your mind. Use chemicals. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Chemicals would work. There are some good chemical names. For one of the companies I'm working on, we decided to use names out of Greek mythology. So, Pandora, Midas, probably use Sisyphus and Polyphemus, Hercules, all the good old Greek myth names. But chemical names are not bad. Yeah, that could work pretty good. But anyways, what that does is it separates the product name from the project name. So when you rebrand later, you don't have to rename your project folders and all that stuff. First release is methane because it's first released and it is unstable. Okay. So what's the second release? I mean, you just name them after the alcohols, right? Methane, ethanol, propanol, butane. Because that is basically an increase of the number of oh gosh, high school chemistry was so long ago. Was that increased the number of OH pairs attached to the central chain? Meth is 1, ethanol is 2, prop is 3. Oh gosh. The second release would be carbon dioxide. Okay. I think it was Donald Knuth. His release cycles were, he started with 3, and then he would just add more digits to pi. So it would be the 3.14 release, the 3.141 release. But I've not heard of chemical names. That's an interesting idea. Because that release would be a stable release. Yeah, the first one is always a bit iffy. Carbon dioxide is very stable. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people go animals, and I've seen a lot of projects go alphabetical. But yeah, it's been too long since I was much of a chemist at all. Basically, I release the sooner as possible the unstable release, then the stable release. Yep. Get something up, get something working, then you fix it and make it better. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's a new one. I haven't heard of that one. That sounds like an interesting release naming scheme. Super cool. Yeah, I'm thinking there's a part of me that wants to start a parallel set of streams on my Friday compilers. Like the current compiler one is not really educational in the sense that I'm laying it out in a way that people can follow. Like this is just me experimenting with new ideas as I get there. And it's way bloated. Like I'm doing it bad on purpose because I want to just see what happens where. But I think that there's room in the world for a more educational type thing. Maybe that logo doesn't need to be quite so close to the title. Wait, where are you from? Because I was impressed because you were the rare ones who could pronounce my nickname properly. Oh, really? Um, I'm from United States, over near the Pacific Northwest area. If I see a word that I don't recognize, I tend to default to like a Spanish pronunciation. Except obviously the Y wouldn't work. I had to kind of fudge around that one. But yeah, it turns out that a lot of non-English alphabets follow sound conventions more similar to Spanish, so I get lucky that way. Be right back. I'll go eat. Cool, cool. Yeah, feel free to drop in anytime. Ask any questions. I'm just here to hang out and code. So enjoy your meal. I never want to get between anybody and a good meal. Yeah, that's probably better. I don't know if I like the green. Maybe go with like the blue that we steal out of. I don't think that's in game context. Select color. Oh, that is the select color. Maybe go with a nice blue. Okay. So the main menu is going to be good to go. Then we do the splash screen. Is that the plan? Yeah, I think that blue works better. I like that blue better. Okay. Add game logo and name to main menu. Settings, scene, exit now gets all components all the way off the screen when exiting. Main menu has logo and game name on it. Okay. So splash screen is a new scene. It'll have the company logo and name, the game logo and name, and then it'll just have a timer that goes forward. because we do want to advertise shamelessly my company. If I'm going to build a gaming empire, people got to know what it's called. So let's go make a splash screen. Let's see, let's go to scene manager. Just call it splash screen. Okay. Here's the deal. Found if not defined, and debug. So if we're in debug build, you just go straight to the main menu or the sandbox. We load straight into the splash screen. Something like that. Splash screen. We will need global. We need scene and scene manager. I agree. We need the screen camera. Yes. We need one text and one texture quad. What else do we need? Do we need anything else? We need to override those. We need a screen camera. And a logo and a game name. Those are all on the splash screen as well. That's basically it. Animate scene enter. Fade in out. A lot of this will be somewhat similar to the main menu. We're only going to be here for a few seconds anyways. We do need an egg timer. Okay. It's probably unnecessary. Let's grab these anyways. Maybe not unnecessary, but overkill for how many resources we're actually lining up here. Get everything stubbed in here. Okay. I actually need two. Company logo, company name. Okay. All right. Let's get a company name, company icon, which for now will be the dough. And then we'll get the company name. Okay. So we know what to do with the render. That's actually not that hard. Okay. So there's that one. Underscore egg timer dot update. Initialize the elements. One of the first things that needs to happen is egg timer dot start. And I don't actually think I want to animate the exit. I think I want things to fade in the first splash screen. Okay. New elements. Oh, we do need to do a little fade out though. I do want a chalkboard. Okay. Set single shot true. I think it's just set callback. Scene manager. Load scene main. Set main menu. Okay, so that's one thing. Oh, we also need the duration. Underscore timer.set duration. Which is not quite right. We're going to main menu. Select play mode. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Go to scene. Okay. Let's see here. I'm back. I like how our math teacher says that we're the most performance group he ever had in his career, even beating the international groups. We're in the sports groups. And then in English class, let's just say we just literally don't care about that class. Okay, I can only do a Linux build, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good place to start. You can cross-compile later. So, where are you from that you have a nickname that's not pronounced like a standard English pronunciation? Yeah, so let's see here. My senior year in high school, all of us seniors. Oh, Quebec. Okay, Quebec. So more French then. That makes sense. Okay. Anyway, my senior year in high school, the we all signed up for the advanced placement English class because we heard that the teacher was easier for the advanced placement students than the teacher for the normal English class. So we all signed up for it, and we had a pretty easy year of it. And at the end, I think there was only like two people that took the advanced placement exams to get out of more English credits in college, right? To test out of some of those credits. And teacher was very upset. He thought he was the best teacher ever since, Forrester, or what was the other one? Dead Poet Society. Finding Forrester and Dead Poet Society. Yeah, he thought he was great. But yeah, it turns out none of us liked the class. None of us liked English. We didn't take it seriously. And almost all of us tested out of the English we could anyways, just by taking the placement exams to get into college. Except for, I think there was one girl, she got accepted into Stanford, and so they wouldn't accept AP credits anyways. So we're in natural science, which is advanced math. Okay. I like math. Math is great. There is almost no math that I've taken that I haven't used professionally. Right up through differential equations and calculus. Used it all. While I don't think math and programming are the same, there is a lot of overlap. The whole compiler is 5 kilobytes. Yeah, compilers don't have to be that big. It just depends on how many dependencies you pull in. Trying to think what to steal out of MainMenu here. Depends on like only native C++ libraries. Nice, nice. For personal projects, I generally approve of not pulling a single dependency you don't have to. It makes you code more on your own, which means you understand parts of the system you wouldn't if you just used a dependency. I like it. And it does keep things a lot smaller. Oh, man. So this is not it. Let's do animate scene exit. Which will do this. It's not here. Animate scene enter. So in our initialization, we are going to do a few things very similar to this one. You want to see the repo? I just did the release. Sure, I'll take a look at a repo. Throw a link down. We'll take a look. Calcium, is that the name of the language or the compiler? Calcium programming language. Built in C++, emphasis on the community. Goal is to create a programming language that is community managed, starting with a basic compiler. Free to fork and make your own version. We use Creative Commons 0, universal license, grants you a lot of permissions without conditions. You're a designer, but you can't code, or you don't want to code, or you just want to go to discuss ideas. Cool. Okay. Calcium logo. Libraries. Yep, good old string. Compiler settings, there's your CMake. Includes. Yeah. Compiler. Lexer and parser. Compiler types is empty. That's fair. This early in the project. And you've got a main. Oh, there you go. Okay. Add delimiter, end of line, space, tab, semicolon, comma, period equals, lower greater, minus plus multi, mult divide, comments. Okay, so you're using a sharp for comments, modulo, left paren, right paren, curly bars, small quote, nice. Left bracket, right bracket, quote, null. Question mark for null, interesting choice. Okay, reserve words. Okay. So it's a little bit C-like right now, it looks like. No for loop just yet, that's fine. You slurp in the file. Or, yeah, scan through by line, that makes sense. Lexer, read line. File close, parser, Lexer, tokens. Add to blacklist, so you're going to discard those tokens, yep. Okay. Current namespace, parser not at the end. Get type import. Push type include. So library plugin path kind of architecture. Push value, file system absolute. Yes, relative file names are often a bit dangerous. If extension equals CA, which is your calcium. Cute. You must like your chemistry. I've forgotten most of my chemistry. Which type of lib it is? Value type C, CA, okay. Advanced store token, clear token. Namespace and namespace. Variables and functions, okay. Okay. Equality conditionals. Return compilation. You're outputting C, which all looks fairly C-like. Okay. All right. Cool. Looks like a good start. Let's see here. Sorry, I haven't been watching. OMG, I just noticed a typo. That's the way it is. You share something, you're like, oh gosh, typos everywhere. It's like my day as a streaming programmer, right? I'm not really a streamer, but it's just like I'm just programming, and I'm start hacking away at stuff. I'm like, oh, that was dumb. I shouldn't have done it that way. I always have regrets after it's out there. Lib folder, native calcium code. Forget the C code because it's only a pre-compiled file. Okay, got it. And it's up to 5 kilobytes. I don't even know. How big is my tokenizer generator? I guess I haven't actually looked at that in a while. Just out of curiosity. I have not been tracking that size at all. Source builds, but debug build is probably the most up-to-date one. And that is, what? 2 megabytes? Yikes. That doesn't feel very good. How big is my release? Yeah, 2 megabytes. Or no, 200 kilobytes. Okay, that's better. That's good. We do a lot of stuff with our tokenizer generator right now, but yeah, if it was 2 megabytes, I'd be very sad. Although we also aren't linking away the standard library, libc, which we need to do eventually. Oh, 200 kilobytes. Okay. I've added some examples in the README. Okay. README. Oh, there you go. Okay, import studio function main yields integer. Do you have multiple return types? Studio.h string.ca to some pointer to integer nums, which could be a null. Integer size question mark could be a null. Int target could be a null. Point int. Okay. Okay, so we're using malloc. I see. Okay. Summing up an array or a list of entries. Mm-hmm. Yep, multiple returns. Okay. So yeah, very C-like, but definitely your own flavor and spin on it. Cool. I can only return one value. Okay. Yeah, you're returning an array. Okay. Nice. Well, it looks like a good start. Programming languages are one of those things, though, that you can add bells and whistles to forever, so. Fun times. Always good to see a project in its early days. It's fun. I like it. I don't think there's anything I need to do with destructor. There's my render, which is the same. Init elements. Here we go. We get our chalkboard. We get our logo and our label. So game logo. Game name. Now from now on, every update must make code back compatible unless I release a major release. Yeah, you can always release a superset now. Not once it's out there. Once it's official. So this is methane, and will stay methane for a while. Is that right? we need y. Also, after this table release, it will be the last version where the compiler is coded in C++ from the stable version. I'll code the compiler. Yes, compilers that build themselves, always fun. I'll code after the methane version, all the compiler in calcium. Yep. You got to bootstrap in with something, but one of the best exercises of a new programming language is, can you build it yourself? It is a good exercise. Oof, let's see. We're just going to copy all this for now. We're going to chop it down to size here. So as far as SplashScreen is concerned, let's not do an extra delay. We don't need to know about first entry. If we're fading in, that's great. That's fine, that's fine. Animation. Clear color and chalkboard coming in, that's fine. Where's the duration? Fade time. Thing is, I managed to make a language that feels like C but doesn't look like C. Yeah. Well, the more C-like it behaves, the easier the transpile will be. The more different behavior you want, the harder that transpile is going to be. Like if you did want multiple return values, for example, that would be really hard to transpile to C. You'd have to create a special struct and return it and unwrap it in a way that the programming language doesn't need to know about, which is doable, but ooh. Right, so chalkboard and clear color, that's fine. Action sequence, fade. Nope, we do that or that. We don't do the extra delay. Oh wait, we do. Okay, so we need fade min delay. Extra delay. Fine. I don't remember what this was about. Texts. Game name and company name. There's no OP system in my language though. Yep, namespaces and structs, when combined, they work basically like a class. Yeah. Okay. Because you can name the struct and namespaces with the same name. Okay, so you don't have a function, a naming collision between structs and namespaces. Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. Think. Quick restroom break. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going down this road. Let me know what else is in your language or what you have planned for your language. There's cool stuff going on here. Okay. This is how the string library is built also. There's a struct for string, then there's a namespace with a bunch of functions. Okay, like string.remove at. Okay. So by using namespaces, you don't have to have function overloading or function, yeah, where you can have multiple call signatures for a given function. That's a nice little way around it, I think. Okay. Okay, we have no buttons. We do have texture quads. We have two of them, actually. Also, the reason I wanted to compile into C was to be able to use native C libraries such as SDL. Yeah. It does make that interface simpler. Although I don't think loading on runtime dependencies is too bad. Yeah, it's just even easier if we're building native transpiling to C. Cool. Don't remember. I think texture quad. I need to get the color out of it. That's fine. This is basically all the same code here. Okay. Okay, animate scene enter. Now it starts to look a lot more like MainMenu scene. Oh, scene enter sound. need sound and sound warehouse. Let's steal this for now. There's only ever one scene that will actually load. This one. Okay. At least my language will be faster than Python, Mao. Yes, yeah. Python has its uses, but never in performance code. Like how functions work in Python, you can do def foo int, and in Calcium it's foo function foo int. Yeah, very similar. When we revealed the code for the while and if are literally the same, except the token type is if for a while or while. Yeah, got it. I mean, you stub things out, get it working, improve it as you go. Here's the deal though, I don't want game logo and game title to fade out. So we'll have to do something about that later. No, the chalkboard does not need, and the clear color do not need to be faded out. This all goes away. I think that's correct. I don't need to fade the clear color or the chalkboard. So this one does nothing until our fade sequence is done. And as long as music is not done. And okay. Set immediate, otherwise do that. Okay, so we're going to do fade in out. Here's what we're going to do. Sometimes the unstable release makes me mad because I need to bypass the bug. I know a lot of bugs. It's just that I have much bigger priorities than fixing them because it doesn't block you from a technical point. It just soft locks you. Yes. And so what I do to deal with that is I put everything into a to-do list, which is separate from what I'm actually working on, right? So I'm like, oh, this application directory is wrong now. Well, fine, I don't have to fix it today, but I do need to write it down so I don't forget that I'm working around it, right? You got to keep those lists open. Then periodically you do have to actually go clean up that list or else it'll grow beyond all control. Okay, what we're going to do is if What is it? Is fade out or something? Is fade in. Fading out. We break. There we go. I think that'll do more or less what we want. Like, I think that selecting items in an array when inside of a function call doesn't work. Yep, just make sure you write it down as your to-do list. You don't have to fix everything all at once, but you do have to keep track of all the things that you do need to fix. Oh, the other thing we need to do, we need to add this to our make file. There we go. Now we tidy up and debug. There we go. No, yeah, your code is going to spend most of its life cycle not working somewhere. Surprisingly, there aren't that many bugs inside the compiler. Cool. Cool. Okay. Oh. I know what's going on here. There we go. Oops. Most of the bugs are just features that aren't implemented. Yep. So they can't be called bugs, only issues. Yeah. That's fair. So a compiler that has few bugs but is full of issues. Sure, delay was not declared in this scope. Is it ever used anywhere? I don't think it is. Oh, quad set color. Well, in some things you might decide like it's not even worth fixing. Like I've got this whole list of discarded delayed tasks which need to be done, need to be fixed, or I want to work on and fix and make better. And it's a long list, but I'm not going to get around to that before the first release of my game. It would slow me down too much. You have to decide what's priority, what's not priority. You can't make a perfect piece of software. You gotta choose your battles carefully. All I really want is the last. So action sequence star result. Well, I mean, that's fine. Doesn't cost me anything. Finish the push char function. Good, good. The victories come fast and early. That's actually a good question. The bigger your code base gets, the slower it'll get to add new things. Fade in out. I want this thing, and it is going from color to color. C1, C2, quad set color. There we go. But I added as a lib, external from the compiler, it is written 100% in calcium. Literally copy and pasted the remove at function. Yep. You need good libraries. People aren't going to use a language that doesn't have decent libraries, probably. Unless, like you, I don't know what you would have to do to. Oh, nothing to capture. Makes sense. I don't know what you would have to do in your language to make people try it without a decent set of libraries. File, date, time, string. Um, do a tidying cleanup. And as a lib, external compiler, it's written 100% calcium. See, that's always cool when your language starts defining itself or building itself. Oh, my back. I tweaked my back Friday lifting weights, and it's getting better, but ooh, still get stiff. So it looks like that did work, did not work. Oh, yeah, it's only company name. Okay. So things that needed pi are all complaining about company name. Setting features in the C++ will just increase the dev time for the rewriting in Calcium. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there's easy things to implement early in Calcium itself, then yeah. You should do it. Okay, that did work. Okay. Good, good. When we run it now, it goes. Huh. Okay, so let's go to SplashScreen. Hello, hello, Muad Zabul. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. Let's see here. Suki, I'm going to also make libraries work independently to other calcium libraries when it doesn't need to, because it will just increase compile time for no reason. Yep, you should only pull in the libraries you need actively and not bloat. Also, I'm going to save everyone, just adding a read function that automatically reads the file and returns the string. Yes, that is most of my use cases. Most of the time, I just want to work straight with a text buffer if I can. Well, thanks for the follow. Hopefully you're getting something interesting out of the stream. If you have any questions, let me know. We're doing some game development. We're towards the end of the game development lifecycle. So we're doing tidy up and clean up and making things a little bit more polished and ready for public consumption. On Fridays, we do compiler day, so that's, I think, why Suki is lurking in the chat right now about compiler stuff. Doing some chit-chatting about that. So, yeah. Feel free to drop a question. Otherwise, I just kind of code and talk stream of consciousness while I code until people have a comment. What are the labels? Texts. There we are. The address of our game name. Is that called label? Game name in this one? Okay, there it is. I'll make it able to read large text files also. So I've done some testing, and I think on most modern hardware, even without a solid state drive, you should be able to read, again, independent of other loads on the disk I/O, probably close to a gigabyte of data in a second. I don't think that's unreasonable on modern hardware. Is first entry. The trick here is this is a bit different. Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. No MainMenu scene. I want the splash screen. Just see how. Who's in play mode? I think that's the one. Like more than 4 gigabits. Yeah, so you're going to have a 64-bit compile only. You won't support 32-bit. Which, honestly, modern world, there's, I don't know how many 32-bit machines there are anymore. And you're not planning to do an embedded system where you'd be more resource limited. As long as you're supporting desktops, that's not at all unusual. Okay. There is no extra delay. Oh, here there is. Four gigabits is a lot of data. You're kind of looking at like video files at that point, or large resource files for video games. What's your target user? Is it systems programming, games programming, scientific programming? That did not work the way I wanted. Did we not set the blue color? Right, application. We're in debug mode. If we are, I want this done this way. If we're not defined no debug, that might make a change. General purpose, okay. The more general purpose you make it, the harder it is to please everyone. If you have a target demographic, it's a little bit easier, but I think more programming languages should try to be general purpose anyways. Because if it supports a certain level of usability, whoa. Okay. know what that's about. All right, I have an idea what that's about. Action sequence star equals 1. We need 3 there. That's probably it. That one only needs 1. That one needs 1. 2. I agree. All right, I'll try that. Yeah, general purpose is much harder. You have to please everyone. Two, 3. Okay. That's not the worst I've seen. Knit elements do layout. Where's my knit? Game logo, company logo. We don't want app icon, we want company icon. And company name. Okay, so that might fix a couple of those issues. So where we set the font size, that needs to happen as well. Main menu scene. We need to get the title font size. Game name and company name. Focus more on back-end programming. That's why we try to make it the most readable as possible. Yep. Oh, readable. I don't know how I feel about readable. There are obviously languages that abandon readability, like Perl, right? Perl is never meant to be read. It's a write-only language. But a lot of that is just syntax preference, and you can get used to just about anything if you use it enough hours in a day. But there are things about readability that I don't know. I guess I have some opinions about readability, but other things I just don't care about. So, and that's maybe the problem with readability. What subset of things do you care about and have strong opinions about? And does that agree with everyone else's wants and opinions? Okay. That is much closer to what we want. That those did not fade in. What is going on here? Okay. Fade in, out. Let's take this out. Oh, that's not true. This first entry. Okay. Is S is first entry break. We don't want this to fade in the first time. Maybe we don't do that exit sound on SplashScreen. Because you didn't click a button to leave. I'm going to make a simple convention for my libraries to follow for error messages, namespace, not function of arguments, error. That is a good starting point. I hate looking through logs and finding error text and then having to grep over the entire repo to figure out where it is. No, you weren't supposed to do that. Oh, I see. I think. Hmm. Okay. Main menu. Chalkboard. We are not fading the chalkboard. Oh, that's what that extra delay was for. I see. Now with the fade in. Delay plus. I think that's what we want. Error is the error message. Yep, like io.read point character couldn't open file. Yep, that is readable. and you know where the issue happened. I think it would save a bunch of time if all libraries work like that. I do not disagree with you. I think knowing the who's calling the thing and who is not. Okay, so that all works as expected. Let's watch the lead in one more time here. Fade, fade, I like that. This arrow comes in too early. So where's that arrow? Need two of these. One. Set weight. But it's basically this. Of course, there's also some ways to help even more, like providing the arguments you've put. Yep. That would make it so easy to find where the error is coming from. Yeah, so if you look at an awful lot of my libraries, it's always, class dot function name colon what the thing is. I don't always print out all the parameters because I can usually tell from the error message itself where it went wrong. Okay. That seems like reasonable animations, feeds into the main menu. Now all we have to do, finish laying out the main menu scene. Oh, not main menu, splash screen. Yeah, good logging is super important. Okay, do layout. We're gonna make the font size a little bit smaller. Let's see here. Subtitle can be 100. I have the read function done. Nice, nice. So you're transpiling to C++, not to C, correct? So you're using fstream to do your read, probably? Or are you transpiling to actual C? Now, I want to look at that for longer, so. Let's take a look at it a little bit longer. To C, so it's F open, okay. Yep, library open calls. Gotcha. Are you forcing F99, C99 compliance, or? No, you're not supporting embedded, so maybe it's not as important. I'm just trying to think out loud. Okay. A little more space on the word sleuth here. Maybe 4. Here's the deal. We want to, in main menu, animate from one location to another. And that would be a nice transition, I think. Yep, just have something functional. I'll add a simple write function. Yep, then I'll do an IO string calcium library. Nice. Sounds good. So let's see here. Yeah, C strings. Null terminated C strings is going to be your go-to. Okay, so I want do layout. Game logo, we're going to move it over a bit. I don't remember how much, 400-ish? This company logo does not need to be there. Let's just try 200 pixels over. We want a small, tiny logo in between them. Word Sleuth by Last Penny Game Studio. And we actually probably want to shift down quite a bit. That didn't change anything. I didn't compile anything. Wow, terrible. Let's see here. The whole screen is at the largest 1440, 100, 5, 6. Maybe put down 500 pixels. That feels ballpark better. So it's a community-driven project. How do you plan on growing your community? Are you like streaming development or YouTube videos or on forums plugging your stuff? Because you need visibility if you're going to do a community-driven thing. Oh. Getting eyes on it will be very important. I have my ways. Okay. All right. Just checking. There are a lot of community-driven projects that are basically only worked on by the founder and nobody else. So getting enthusiasm and participation can be very tricky. Okay, that's actually not too far off. Move that game logo off just a scotch. Well, we're 2 on the project. Yeah, you're already starting out ahead. That's true. Okay, and then it pops, and that's fine. I don't mind that. We'll fix that in a bit. That's not the right logo anyways, but needs to be centered. It needs to take up the full width. I'm fine with that. Okay, we need one more small logo in here. Splash screen. By text. It's just that 90% of the code is coded by me. Yeah. If you have the passion and the drive to do the changes, then do the changes. By text. Did I reset the actual text? The game by. I don't know if that's really necessary. Do layout. M__ by text dot set rectangle. Oh, oops. 0 Y by text height can be much smaller. But the part of the community doesn't require a dev to be part. They can propose ideas, and if they're good ideas, it'll be implemented. If it doesn't affect syntax, exception. If it didn't exist before, like adding array brackets around a type to make it an array, is a syntax feature, but would be implemented because it doesn't change the syntax of the whole programming language. Okay, I see. So community design. Well, you will get all kinds of cool, crazy ideas out of that way. Everybody has their favorite pet language features, and you will learn a lot by implementing all of them. So if it transpiles down to C, I saw that you did a malloc in your calcium, which means there also has to be a free somewhere. You have one of the features I always like, or not always like, I would like in more languages, is the defer. So that any exit from a function first goes through the deferred section and cleans up. It's like a Jai thing. It's like if you, or it's in other languages too nowadays, but if you, let's say, func star, let's say you're in a function, right? Function XYZ. I don't know what it does, doesn't matter, right? And I know I'm not getting your syntax right. I haven't memorized your syntax yet, but make a temporary variable equals now like whatever, right? Then normally every branch that exits would have to do delete temp, return result, right? Let's see here. Okay. But if you have like an if some condition return false, 0 or -1, right? Well, this never gets called. Now you have a memory leak. So what some languages have been doing of late is you say defer deleting temp. Now everything that ends up returning actually does something a little bit different. What it does is there's basically a label created called defer. And instead of return -1, it'll, I don't know exactly all the mechanisms for it, but basically it says go to defer. And this would also say go to defer, right? Anytime you return. And then defer actually puts the actual delete statement here. And then returns whatever. That way, when you create memory, you immediately on the following line say, don't forget to clean this up, but you don't have to do it now. Then any branch that returns or breaks out of your scope does this before leaving scope. Does that make sense? So I kind of like the defer idea. Keeps your allocation right next to the code that deletes it or frees it. I guess if you're free temp, I guess I should go to C mode a little bit more. But instead of all the returns potentially causing you memory leaks, any way out of the current scope first does the deferred things, then returns or exits the scope. What if it does automatically without having to do defer? If you can do that, that's that could be pretty amazing, because memory management is tricky. What's being returned? What isn't being returned? What has life beyond the current scope? It can be really hard to tell that. In fact, that's one of the things Rust tries to do. It tries to determine automatically the lifespan of memory, which is why they have the borrow checker and why they won't let you have two references to memory in the same array. Like, they just can't keep track of it all automatically. So in Rust, they actually cripple some of my very common memory usage patterns because they can't understand it enough to automatically clean up the memory. Even though in my mind it's like, well, it's two references to things in an array. I'm not keeping those references around. I know what's going on. It can't tell. It's actually a really hard problem. Now, your alternative is you do something like Java, where everything is a reference and you reference count it, which has its own performance overheads. But it is an option. It is a way to do it. Reference counted memory is one way to do it. But you will not get the same quality of spatial locality for preventing cache misses on the CPU that you would if you just had everything on the stack and kept track and allowed the user to keep track of what to release and what not to release. That's also Python, right? Python is also a reference counted. And the reference counting itself has its own overheads. Not a lot, but inside of an inner loop of a high performance, hot path of code, it can be punishing. Basically, it needs to check for all variables in a function, and when the return statement is called, it frees everything. Maybe. Sometimes I pass in pointers And I know that that pointer is not going to be used outside again, so I can clean it up inside, even though the memory wasn't created inside the function. Sometimes I create memory inside of a function that I want to return. I want to give someone an address to this memory that I just allocated. If you don't allow people to refer, if you can only allow pass by reference, so this is a very functional idea, right? The values passed in are immutable. They are copied only. That introduces its own overheads. Yeah, there's downsides to all of it. I mean, it's not a trivial problem. Otherwise, somebody would have solved it before now. But it's not always obvious what all the problems are. Um, who owns what memory? Is it shared reference? Unless you have very, very strict like functional requirements that all parameters are full copied, you could really mess somebody up by deleting memory that they did not want freed up. Make somebody's day very sad. Or not cleaning up memory that they did want you to clean up automatically. As far as like int-i, oh, no, exactly. So yeah, so variables on the stack go away by nature of the stack call stack. I make it so you make safe function, which does that automatic freezing. Okay, so you're saying some syntax around a function that says any memory you allocate inside the function is destroyed. That is a thing you could do, yeah. If you say this one is safe to clean itself up, it means you are never returning memory out that you allocated inside the function. That's doable. What was I doing? Oh, so game by is not laid out where I want. That's what I was doing. And somehow center. Oh, by text. Yeah, that is certainly doable. Okay. Let's do that. Make that a little bit bigger. Okay. no text -1 and or -2. So I must be everything except the var that is used in the return statement. Yep. Yep. And for small simple functions, that may be sufficient. The nice thing about defer is I decide what lives beyond the current scope and what doesn't. And I'm a lot more explicit about it to the compiler. It means that I can kind of mix and match. Okay. That didn't look too bad. Part 2. We need to animate a couple of things, which are what? I need to in do layout. Game logo, game name. Fade in out. If it's the first entry on fade in, we're going to animate from here to there. The reason why specifically I have save function and function is because I know the save function will not be perfect. There will be issues with it that I know. Yep. That's a much simpler problem so that you've scoped it down, that it is implementable, and it probably does solve a lot of cases where you want to return one thing and everything else you allocate within that context can just go away. Yeah. Cool. Oh, fade in out. Different Ys. Okay. Which is this. Doing that. We're stealing title H. Animation. Oops. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say set range. From x0, y0 to x1, y1. Okay, so x, y, two, oh, let's see. Okay, 0 to 1. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. To apply it, move to say functions must have a return statement because that is the way they work. I don't see that as being necessary. If you don't have a return statement, you literally just clean up everything. So like you create a list of all memory allocated while you're inside the context. And then you scan through looking for returns, and anything that isn't returned, anything that is returned is marked as do not delete. So sometimes you just delete the full list. Nice, nice, yeah, yeah. Exactly. If you found a way to do it, perfect. Oh, geez, okay. P from what do I call it? What do I call it? I just add the keyword delete. It would delete everything that has been referred. Okay. Logo x not equals underscore logo dot x y. This is actually logo 1. Logo x not equals this thing. Logo y not. Logo x not to logo x1. Y not to y1. So there's that one. Label game name. Those all need to be captured. Okay. Let's try that. Take that for a test drive. See what happens. Only works on save function. Yep. No, memory management is a very hard problem. Two. Oh yeah, I put it for 10. Well, that did not do the thing at all. So that's unfortunate. I could swear. Did we just not compile it? But even just making the easier cases trivial is nice. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Okay, fade in, fade in. Fade out. It did not move at all. Good heavens, what's wrong with this thing? Oh, no fade time, quad in out. Range from 0 to 1. Move, move. By way of parameterized P. Logo moves. And then the name moves. Do layout. Fading out true. This is the first entry, and we are fading in. This is where it was at the end of the last scene. So that's where we want to start. Oh, animate. We didn't set up the animation to actually do anything. Hold on. Get action sequence 3, fade in, play the animation, and then wait. The animation wasn't being controlled. Hey, JTL, how's it going today? So far, so good. How are you doing? We just about got SplashScreen done. Suki, here can be the issue with safe function. You have to tell the compiler when to do what. It's always the problem. To understand the user's intent. I do have the splash screen staying up for way too long. But we wanted to see the layout, so. I don't have the game logo done yet. Hey, that's better. That's much better. When we leave, those fade. When we come back, they fade. I think 3 seconds. Splash screen. Doing good, because save function just says you are starting a save function. You are making certain promises and guarantees as a compiler and as a developer using the feature. The compiler says, here is exactly how I'll treat all your memory. And the programmer is responsible to accept the consequences of using that guarantee. Okay. It's not too bad. Splash screen. Okay, seems good. Splash screen done. Animate the game logo and name in the main menu. We just did that in the transition. Okay. Locking down loose items. Then you must be precise where is the end and where to delete. Yep. Which, like I said, that's like branch analysis, where you have to follow every branch in the code to figure out where the returns are. And when you have to implement the freeing up of memory. Let's see here. Things seen, just needed slightly larger radius to move along. Game logo and name to main menu. We did a splash screen. Loads in first, then transitions to main menu automatically. Company logo is just a placeholder, so don't forget to place it. Game logo and game name animate to their position in main menu. Oops, we just ran it. Oh well. Okay. It's in and work. So that makes save function harder than regular function, but in Counterpart you don't have to worry about memory leaks. Yep. There's always a trade-off. Whenever you think up a great new brilliant genius thing like save function, you do have to ask, how can this go horribly, horribly wrong? Because it will. Because a language does not make a good programmer. Bad programmers can exist in any programming language. No matter how many safeguards you put in Java, people still get null pointer to references. You still get memory leaks in Java. Just not as often. And when it does go wrong, how do you fix it? Well, you have a lot less control, because you ceded that control to the Java virtual machine and the Java runtime. So that's the trade-off. Okay. All right. We do not like the double clicking in the game. So we're just going to make it a single click. I've decided. Oh, yeah. Good, good. All right, word clicking. Don't really need that anymore. Or that, or that. If we go down this road. Set callback. Handle mouse press. Result is false if the button is enabled. We do not do anything with a stopwatch. We do not keep track of any of that stuff. We don't clear anything. If the click handler is not null, and E is not being repeated, that's probably fine. Check if the rectangle contains it. We get the button. And then all this goes away. Because the only thing that matters now is this. If the double click handler given the index, the button equals left, and that's it, I think. And this whole thing goes away. We don't need a handle mouse release. I think we wanted too hard to make that work. I'm not willing to fight it. I think that'll be better. Here's all you must be precise. All variables that won't be affected by the mask free of variables when function ends, when to delete. So there are a lot of things that can go wrong. Yeah. There's parts that will be automated in a more stable release, not like char star, but buff equals AAA. Yeah, this variable won't get touched by the eradication of variables touched. Yep. That can be completely statically declared in the C. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if this feels better. Ooh, it's almost snack time. We finally got more jalapeno poppers, so I can't miss snack time today. Some days I'm like, don't really need a snack, but jalapeno poppers cannot be skipped. They are important. Oh, double click handler. Shame I thought I got all those out of there. Nope. Oh, how is Game Scene not complaining about this? Make sure it compiles and at least starts up. Then I'll go get a jalapeno popper and we'll do the testing. Yeah, so as part of your compiler, it may do like a mark and sweep of each variable as it's used or not used throughout the function to decide whether or not. All right, we'll cheat like crazy. Because all we really care about. Oh, interesting word here. Is that left click and right click do work. Yep. I think that's going to be better. That's going to be way more stable. Easy peasy. Quit. Yes, now is just single click on press. Easy fix. As much time as we spent fighting double click, it just doesn't worth keeping it. Yes, now is single press, not double click. All right, I'm gonna go on a snack run. I need help on your poppers. Okay. Right, you are. Didn't turn my mic back on. But yes, sometimes you have to flip the idea around. You know you want to clean up memory, but maybe it's not about declaring what needs to be deleted, but about. Oh, you have an ad break right now. Okay. 15 seconds remaining. Yeah, no, we get the jalapenos from Costco. They're huge. They hold a lot of cream cheese. Oh, okay. I hear you. Yeah. So sometimes the design principle is you're thinking about the problem backwards, or you need to think through the problem backwards. So instead of saying we declare everything is we declare special conditions where things are deleted automatically, instead you assume it's deleted automatically and you specify instead when it's kept. So I don't know if that's an idea you want to play with. Feel free. It's just a way to change the way you think about the problem, even if you don't use it. Nice. Now, every function is a safe function by default, unless you tell it otherwise. Cool. All right. Okay. This is an annoyance. It is inconvenient, and I need to fix it. Maybe it's an and or. Maybe I need repeat button presses, and in some cases I will need the text edit to be editable. A couple of options. Nope, only if you say safe function. Sure. Yep. But if you use the keep keyword, then maybe every function is. Yeah. Yep. You can do it lots of different ways. So many choices. Mm-hmm. Sounds good. All functions that in the library will be safe functions if possible. One thing that might do is show you that every function can be a safe function as long as you have the keep keyword, and then you don't need a special safe function. Everything is a safe function. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of different ways you can make decisions, so just got to play with it and see what feels good to program. Because ultimately, the programming language is for the programmer, not for the computer. Okay, repeat button. Let's go to button. Update geometry, handle mouse press, handle mouse release. Input. Repeated. Mouse button state repeated. Especially the IO_lib is the most important. The save function is the opposite of a function. Okay, yeah. That should work. Okay. So our button doesn't right now deal with repeated presses. Do I want it to? Click is easy enough. So if it's a left click and the button is enabled and it contains the point, then the question is, I mean, we can kind of play around with this a bit. Bool m_, do repeat or repeat enabled. We will default that to, where's my hover state? Wow, nothing. Dirty. Nope. Has icon. There we go. Pardon me. Repeat enabled. We'll do that. That's not the way we'll run it in the end. Handle mouse press. If m_, and repeat enabled and e dot, let's see here, what's the mouse press event is repeat. There it is. E dot is repeat and underscore state equals state down. There. We'll start with that and see how that goes. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay, so if you have to put everything as keep, there's literally no need to put it as safe. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's true. So basically, you're picking the version which has the default that's closest to the behavior you want. So if most of your stuff is keep, you use safe or you use not safe, then you declare what's deleted at the end of scope, or vice versa. Text for quads. Oops. Yeah, which one to keep, not which one to free. Yep, yep. That makes sense. So in theory, we go to settings, and this should handle multiple button presses. It does not. Repeat is not happening. Okay. Why is repeat not happening? Update mouse button mods. Pressed or down. Pressed or down. Repeat. GLFW repeat. It is a mouse press event. Button XY, compute the mods. GLFW. Also, save function is a tool to verify if your code is memory safe, kind of. You have certain guarantees as a developer when you see the keyword. This actually confuses me a little bit. I mean, this is just false. Windows GLFW repeat. Let's go FW repeat. Oops. Misspelled. GLFW input. Mouse button input. It's probably what we want. I did set the mouse button callback. That's working. The callback function receives the mouse button and modifier bits. The action is one of press or release. The last reported state for every is also saved for Windows state or is pulled, blah, blah, blah. The return state is one of press or release. So how do I get, oh, whenever you pull state, you risk missing the state change you're looking for. If a pressed mouse button is released again before you pull its state, you will have missed the button press. The recommended solution is to use a mouse button callback, but there's also the sticky buttons. That doesn't help much. So why can't I repeat? Maybe I just need a timer? They're saying I have to set up my own timer. Blah. Well, shoot. All right. Time to do a new methane release. Yep, unstable. Always good. Let's see. There just is no repeat source. Okay. So what we can do is we can add that to the input side. Oh, but a lot of our mouse button clicks. Should be checking it's not a repeat anyways. Or we can make a third mouse button event. Those were really good jalapeno poppers. Yum, yum. I'm out of hot water. Okay. This is not how repeat needs to work. S_mouse button repeat timer. Oh, I need hot water. Why am I out of hot water already? Mouse button repeat. Time. Min time. 8 clicks per second. Update top of frame. All right, our end timer. There, somewhere. Set single shot bolts. Mouse button repeat timer set. Callback, I think is what it's called. To input mouse button repeat event, which we have not created yet, so that's going to come back to bite us later. Update mouse button. S_mouse button repeat timer. Okay, so if we release the mouse, this just gets turned off no matter what. If it's a release, button timer dot. It's running. Stop or reset, doesn't really matter. If it's running, stop it. When we press S_mouse button repeat timer dot set duration to mouse button repeat max time. and then start it. Button repeat timer dot set dot start. Okay. Should never happen, but we will go ahead and check anyways. Repeat. This is not a thing. Mouse press event HTTP. So we're going to basically copy this. Mouse repeat event. Mouse press event does not need this anymore. There's no more repeat. Let's repeat event. Doesn't need this. All right, make everything a mouse repeat event. Okay, easy peasy. Event view. Press release. Not the key. Mouse repeat event. Okay, so that's a big piece of it. The new methane release 0.1.1 is out. Nice. Good, good. Let's see here. I have. Ooh. It's a different repo. Let's see here. There's calcium. I found it. Boom. Releases 2 tags. Nice. Cool. Push char added safe function. Very good. Very good. Now button. Repeat event. What else? repeat. Subscribe to mouse repeat, mouse repeat. Okay, handle mouse press, handle mouse repeat. If it's left, if it's contained, if repeat is enabled. So if actually this. And state is down. And if we have a click handler, then it does it. Okay, so this is parts of it. Yes, I did the reverse memory management in the lazy way. Yep, get it done, get it working. You can make it pretty later. Especially the first time you build something. Input. Update top of frame. S underscore mouse button repeat timer update. Okay, and then we did say the callback, set callback. Here, mouse button repeat event is a thing we must define. Right here, I get it. Okay. Underscore mouse button repeat timer dot duration is greater than minimum time. Set duration equal to, let's see this. Float d equals that. If d is greater than our minimum time, d over 2. D over 2 greater than mouse. Let's just compress things a bit here. If d is less than our is greater than our min, d over 2 greater than min question mark. 10d over 2. Otherwise, we min. Couple more parentheses for safety. That's probably good enough. Part 1. Part 2. Update mouse button. We want to copy this line and this line. Repeat event, button things, etc. That goes away. This line. Button. Oh. Shoot. What if both buttons are repeated? Do I have to have 2 timers? I'm already starting to regret. Also, the ampersand is just ref, so int star y equals reference to x. Is this in calcium? So a little more verbose, but you can't mix it up with the arithmetic operators. Ah, come on. I need a left and right. I'm already regretting it. Yuck. I prefer when languages are more like words. I prefer having the minimum of symbols. Yeah. I don't know. I guess it just depends on what you're most used to. You can take it too far either way. Oh man. I don't know if I like this. I definitely don't want this. I don't want a separate timer. Or do I? I mean, it fixes a lot of the issues. Okay. You get used to it. The way I implemented it isn't too far. Yep, yep. Yeah, no, I mean, so for example, I'm fine with, oops. I really like the distinction between bitwise operators or XOR and not, right? And buying Boolean, right? I wish it was a little bit more like this instead of the C++ way, which is, of course, there is no XOR, there is double and, not is a bang. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just, I don't make any sweeping judgments about symbols versus words. It's more of like a where, when would I prefer it. I would prefer, for example, instead of using the keyword function, I would prefer it if it just looks like a function, right? Which maybe is, in a language I might do, might be something like arguments, name, outputs, right? So maybe you can take int x, y, and you output int x, y, right? There's no need to use the word function because it says the name maps xy onto xy. Or maybe it, maybe it does something to it, generates some new xy's. In which case, the shape of the code itself doesn't need that, indicates what's going on. I mean, I have a black box named name, which takes two ints and it outputs two floats. Or maybe it's a boolean, right? Maybe it bool is valid pointer is in, whatever. Then the code says what name does. Like that's the black box part. So then you have languages that are frankly too verbose, like Visual Basic or something. Yep, yep. So, like I said, it's like a preference thing. I don't know that I feel too strongly in most cases about typing symbols. You get used to it either way. Preferences, and since it's your language, it's your preference. Where was I? Input. I need to be able to clear this. Update key while on release. Oh, on release. It actually does clear it. So that's fine. So actually, yeah, release does clear that flag, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so what are the odds that works? Make file, press. Two, three, four. I started the wiki also. Right now it only has string and variable. I don't know why I find it easier to make it compiled than interpreted. Yeah, good question. It depends on what it's to be used for, right? I mean, like an interactive coding session should be run in an interpreted environment. But if you just want something fast, you can't be compiled. Const expert. Okay, fine. text. I thought we put all that in guess. So why does text have one of these? Why does text have this? The thing is, handle mouse press. I'm not sure anybody uses that right now. CD source. Yeah, nobody's actually calling it. Double right click callback. Nobody's using it. I don't really need it though. Oh, geez. Okay, let's see here. Let's keep those. Let's do this. Uh, double click. These are going away. I don't think anybody actually uses this, so we just suppress errors here. Suppress unused one errors here. I can agree with the fact that it's annoying to compile only in certain, I don't know, languages. I might have to make a backup file to check if that file has been changed. If it isn't, it won't compile it. Yep, there are ways to do it. Alternatively, you make your compiler so fast that it doesn't really matter how many times. I didn't have to wait for 5 minutes for certain builds. Like, there's no reason to do an incremental build. Oh, Could be a huge performance boost, even if right now performance isn't an issue. Yes, but it also opens other cans of worms. Incremental build can get messy, can get complicated. Input is a pure static class, thank you. It shouldn't need to capture this. That's very suspicious to me. Oh, because I didn't declare it properly. Why? I have a loose items list to get rid of these static classes. Not really, because what I'm doing is literally storing the whole source code. It's copied into a back file. Okay. Then it compares them. Yeah, and all you need to do is look for the first miss. Oh, as an integer. I'm going to do it now before having a great CLI interface. Yep, user interface is important. Handle mouse repeat. That's why we went through this whole mess. And why we didn't type it correctly. Well, we know it's repeat because this is how we're getting it. Yes, does not need to know about repeating, which is good. Yep, just add the task to your list of tasks until it is needed. I've removed a lot of tasks from my task list because it's something I changed somewhere else, decided that I didn't need to make that thing anymore. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I don't want to do that. So let's debug. Okay, so what we're looking for is repeat. Okay. Easy peasy. That is an easy one. stop and start around each of those. Which we can make slightly better. If p is greater than min, means we'll get a few less calls in here. Okay. Now, 1, 2, 3. This is not firing. That's not firing the click at all. Come on, input. Oh. I know why. This button. Wait, do I know? Repeat enabled is true hard coded. Repeat handler. You get a mouse repeat. Mouse repeat handler 0. Delete it. Fine. Get worried about those. Handle mouse press. There we go. Mouse repeat if enabled and repeat enabled. And we're down. And it's left button and it contains our point. We might as well just check this as well, right? And the click handler is not equal to null. All right, so item 1. Okay, time to advertise now my programming language on YouTube. Very good. Very good. Gotta get eyes on it. Yeah, just about 5 o'clock. Okay. It's just not firing off. Okay, so let's do this. Need some logging. Let's set the callback. Left repeat. Right repeat. Click modulus 0.3f to repeat. Duration. All right, let's just see what comes out on the console. I'm going to make it overdramatic for fun. Yes. I plan on having an overdramatic reveal trailer or release trailer for my game here as well. Over the top, a little bit crazy, or at least making fun of industry standards. Should be fun. Okay, settings. Click 1 to repeat. So that works. Good to know. So that's no longer necessary to log. Button. Something about the button is not working. Mouse repeat handler. Event queue, subscribe to mouse repeat. Finding handle, mouse repeat, which is here. Button repeat. Since my channel is bilingual, I'll have to make it also bilingual. Yep. But each one can have subtitles in the other language that are funny. Secret subtitles are always good. Okay. Click. Whoa. Uh, hmm. Interesting. So button repeat fired. But they just never went off. So what is not what I expect here? Enabled. Repeat enabled. Oh, no. Click handler equals null. No handler, otherwise handler. See what we get. Yeah, that's twice as much work for bilingual. I would say I'm 1.5 lingual. I speak English reasonably well when I want to, and I speak Spanish roughly conversational depending on like topic. The more technical the topic, the less likely I am to have the vocabulary to talk about what I need to. But I can generally communicate in Spanish. And for a gringo, my accent's not that bad. Up. Why is it always up? Up, 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 up. Enabled no repeat. Oh, I see. I don't see. The button's enabled, it has repeat enabled, and it's marked as up. This one is down, but it has no repeat. What is going on here? This is rubbish. I said all buttons. Oh. That's what I forgot to do. Probably means I don't need this anymore. I bet that was the issue. Nope, I once attended a church that was trilingual. You had the English, the Spanish, and the Brazilians speaking Portuguese. So it meant that whoever was, praying or singing or whatever, probably needed a translation for somebody. Very exciting. Let's see. Okay, that's much better. We could even go to 1/16 of a second. Or maybe start with half second. Okay, that's working. I'm improved. That makes my life much better. Input HPP. All right. So I'm going to say if you hold it down for half a second, and we are willing to go to 0.625, 1/16 of a second. 16 times per second, we'll get a fake click. Oh, okay. I think this is the correct answer. I think making the text editable is not a good answer. Let's see how this feels. All right, so let's go 32. Seven, 8. Maybe go even faster. 32. Yeah, maybe go 0.3125. Okay, so we're doing that button, meanwhile. Should rarely have repeat enabled. So let's go to button. Repeat enabled false. Repeat enabled false. And let's see here. Void set repeatable. M underscore repeat enabled equals state int spinbox. Button up, set repeatable. And that should basically do it. Any other button should be single click. Spin boxes should be repeatable. Not bad, not bad. So for example, if I clicked and held this settings button, it would eventually fire if it was repeat, but it's not until we release. But these repeat just fine. Cool. Done. Done, done, done. Excellent. I don't think I need to do that for now. Int spin box now has repeat for the buttons. You can go up, down in value much faster, easier. Added repeat to mouse buttons. Hit spinbox buttons. Have repeat. Okay, those were some nice little quality of life things we've been meaning to add. Let's do this. Okay. Which brings us to our to-do list. I don't feel like dealing with sounds today, but that would be a very good task for tomorrow. I think that's correct. So I think today we've got an hour left. I'm gonna heat up some more hot water. Then we'll work on this one, which should not be too difficult. And that leaves us tomorrow to do this work. Although this is trim 0 data at end. Let's take this one out. That's already handled elsewhere. I think we'll deal with this one today. Some sounds don't finish before the next call to play. I'm like 90% of the way thinking this doesn't need to be a task. These three are. Okay, so let's go back to our journal, put our task in, then I'm gonna heat up some more hot water for myself. Heating up water for Sherba latte. Usually takes me about 5 minutes, so I will return shortly. Just a moment. Okay. We are back. Okay. So when we are getting a file, get app file name. So an application can have multiple file names, right? Like a log file, a .config file, etc. And what it does is we get the application directory. Right now, gets the user directory and the app name length. It needs to create that, but that's not quite right. We need to get the company name. So global SplashScreen okay. Int company name length len of company name company dir length equals user dir len plus company name len plus 2 char star company directory equals new char of company dir len length. That's printf into company dir modulus s what is it s user dir company name. Then we blaze through not after but conquer, switching backslashes for forward slashes. If does file exist is not. Company dir, company dir, company dir. Now instead of user dir, it's just company dir. Which means all of my configuration high scores are going to go away. Do you want to see? Let's see here. You want to see the vid and you'll see how dramatic I made it? Sure. Okay, in context, why 6 months? It is because the project originally started 6 months ago. Okay, all right. Sounds good. Yep, throw a link. Let's get a link in here. There we go. All right. Labor of two great men. Avec la labor. We shall present a brand new compiled programming language. Da-da-dun. Nice. Only available on Linux. Nice. Nice. Very good. Yes, epic soundtrack. Very nice. Yeah, I got to do something like that for my game eventually as well. Let's tidy up and debug. When we run it, woohoo, user dir. So that's a bug. I'll probably just leave it there. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't break too many things. Like I said, my current high scores, etc., will go away because it won't be in the directories where I'm looking. So if I go to my user, where is he? Users, the TODO app data roaming. I have word sleuth in there right now. So when we run it, it should create the directories. It does not. It fails. No. Sigvault. Do I need to do a full clean? I really don't want to do a full clean. Git appdir. Okay. We'll just do a full clean. Very sad. By the way, the editor I used was fully open source. Okay, which editor was that? Oh, okay. Was it Blender? I've done a teeny tiny bit of video compositing with Blender. It's probably not the best, but it did what I needed to at the time. $5.20. If this just works. Oh, well. Hmm. Hmm. What I don't know is if get env, if I should delete that string or not. C get env, should I delete? Returns a pointer to a string associated with the matched list number. The string pointed to shall not be modified by the program. Okay. Cool. Good. So I do have to free comp name delete compter len. Compter. Awesome possum. Just waiting on the sound warehouse. we are for sure going to have to shrink the sound warehouse. I can think of an easy way to get it down to a quarter of the size. Oh, relatively easy. But that only brings it down from 10 million lines of binary data to 2.5 million lines of binary data. Which would be better than nothing, but we may have to get more creative. I don't know. Okay. All right, we're getting close. There we go. Okay. In theory, it should work. Maybe. The users the TODO app data roaming last penny games due is not correct. I don't understand why not. User dir. It did not create that directory. Company name equals last penny game studio. I agree. Oh, okay, I do have log. So user dir company dir application dir. Get a full clean. So shouldn't be any memory linking, memory layout issues. User dir, company dir. Oh. It'll copy paste strikes again. $530. I don't know why this is. This should have been done. Created directory, except it didn't. It failed. Backtrace. Get app dir app file name. Reheap. Compare memory. Why? What is going on here? Oh, it did actually create the directory. This directory now exists. Get after 144. Why? Why is oh. Why that compiles, I don't know. That is perhaps more the question. But I think we know what's going on now. Just not cool. Not cool. There it is. Okay, so user directory, roaming, company directory, that one. Create the directory, application directory. Blah, blah, blah. which means it doesn't know any of my previous settings. Let's go music 8, 9, master volume 7. Leave and quit. Now when we start it up again, it does not need to create any of those directories. And the location is the same. And my settings, 7, 8, and 9 are all correct, and it was the big size, so seems to be working. Cool. And we lost all of our high scores and replays, so there should be no replay button. No replay button. No high scores. No high scores. Okay, so that did fix it. There we go. If I delete this directory, nothing should change. Last Penny Game Studio, Word Sleuth, I've got the config. Global now put the application directory inside the company directory. Application directory now created inside company directory. We assume we're going to buy lots of my games and all their configuration and high scores and things will be saved locally on the disk in the same folder, so we don't clutter up their app data directory too much. Cool. All right, journal. Where are we at? Pretty good shape. To-do list. Tomorrow, let's fix up some sound issues. And the final word decisions. Kind of where we're at, I think. If we have time, we can start some doodads. I did get the email today. Steam developer sign up is done. I need to do the Steam integration. That actually moves up. Oh, so there's an NDA you sign. There's probably stuff I can't show on stream about the Steam integration. I'm going to download their SDK. There's probably some key information I can't share. So I'll have to take a look. I am beyond the point of caring about the performance difference of SD bind versus lambdas. I don't think I actually care about this. Let's take one quick look. Let's go in here. So we're at 0.25 milliseconds, 0.378 milliseconds. That is not very many milliseconds. If we go to settings, 0.75 milliseconds at 100 draw calls, give or take, 0.7, 0.8, which isn't, we're still sub-millisecond draw times, right? As opposed to the game mode, 55, almost 60 milliseconds per frame at 70 draw calls, so we're doing things, it starts to rise towards 70. Yeah, so if we have 100 draw calls, it's about 80 milliseconds. Yeah, so that all actually sounds about right. Oh, I need to stop double clicking though. We fixed that. Dim. Oh, if I can get on there. I lose. It's embed. Cool. Yeah, I don't think this is worth pursuing. So I've got website. I've actually logo is in progress. Steam integration. Sounds doodads. Okay. Anything else I start now is going to just be too big to process today. So let's grab these tasks, put them into the old journal for tomorrow. There's no functional edit here, so just documentation purposes. Okay, so the plan tomorrow, fix up the last pieces of sound, and then we'll start on doodads. I guess that's it. Is that it? I think that's it. I think we're good for the day. So thanks for joining along. We're going to wrap it up there. So thanks for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.